Good evening, I'm Alex Tremaine, I'm an old man who builds Gundam, and today continuing taking a break from the official build of of my streams, which is the full armor master grade full armor unicorn, and continuing attempting to finish off the master grade ReZEL, so that I can move on from the master grade ReZEL to one of the perfect grade kits that I have in my backlog, without ending up having 3 kits on the go at the same time, which I very much do not want to have 3 kits on the go at the same time. So the plan is to get this ReZEL done so that I can then go back to having the master grade unicorn on stream and something else off stream, probably the perfect grade unicorn, and then we'll work out how that goes depending on how long it takes to finish the full armor unicorn, because there is a lot of that kit, it turns out. Anyway, doing a Saturday evening here, not done Saturday evening before, looking at potentially making Saturday evening a regular thing. Tuesdays and Thursdays in the week weren't working out terribly well for me, in that it left me with 3 consecutive days of doing stuff, so one of those things had to go. The Wednesday the Wednesday night can't be moved because that's there are other people involved in my Wednesday night. Thursday night seemed to just be working better as a stream night, so Tuesday it was that needed to go. So we're going to try out Saturday evenings for a little while and see how that works. I think that's everything. On with the build, I guess. So when last we were here, we had built one side of a backpack unit, and now we are going to build the other side. We are going to build a left-handed version of this assembly. Is what's happening. So, already some sub-assemblies built. The wing unit and this starting point, and we're going to, which takes us up to having completed this step. So we need S5 and S26. Sprue S is up here. S5 is this. And S26 is that. And then in addition to that, we need Q7, which is this part. That's embarrassing. There we go. So, I hope you've all had a good week. Mine was okay, I guess. This was my first week back in since before Easter. And I'm going to be honest with you. You know how long breaks are supposed to allow you to come back feeling refreshed and prepared to, dig in and really sort of get on board with stuff and have renewed focus. What this felt like was like I was, you know, cruising down the motorway at the speed limit, let's say, and then running into a hastily erected brick wall across the motorway. Yeah. Refreshing was not what it felt like. Gonna be honest. I got sleep over that week, which was good. You know, stocking up a bit on sleep is always useful, but renewed focus was not on the menu. I got through this week, but it was this week felt like a long week, let's put it that way. Right, so this goes this way round, then this slips into there like so, this slips into here like so, anyway, it is now the weekend. The weekend is always nice, even if it is always too short. But I'm here. I'm building Gunpla. I've had a nice quiet day playing extremely dodgy computer games, in that I've mostly idled away today playing Star Trek Online, which, you know, isn't the highest form of art out there, I'm going to be honest. But it didn't require any input from my brain. Which was good. So yeah, it's been a nice Saturday. I also had a couple of drinks earlier on today, which was nice. Of fruit flavoured vodka. My wife has been getting into flavouring vodkas, or flavouring spirits just in general, and on this occasion vodka was what we were working with. So we ended up with some berry flavoured, sort of mixed berries, which came out very nicely indeed. We had some mango flavoured, which was okay. No, that's not fair. It was very nice. Despite the fact that I very much like mangoes, I'm not sure it's exactly my thing. But it was nice. Certainly drinkable, but not as nice as the berries flavour, and also not quite as nice as the other one that was done, which was cherries of the Montmorency variety. And that's sort of ended up as a double success, in that we have some very nice, painfully sweet but very nice cherry vodka to drink, and we also have some very nice, very alcoholic cherries to eat, and the combination is most acceptable. So how does this all go together? This lives on here. And assembles like so. Q3. So yes, today's been pleasant enough. Quiet, relaxed, a little bit boozy. All of these things are, you know, positive things. I did briefly think about pouring myself a glass of one of the liqueurs to drink on stream, and then I thought, no, if you drink on stream, what's going to happen? You're going to stab yourself with a craft knife due to your own drunken ineptitude, and you probably shouldn't do that. So we might maybe for a gaming stream at some point. Speaking of which, the new Magic the Gathering set released this week. Yeah, absolutely, Miss Temperance. I certainly think I might have one later on this evening, but certainly not while I'm doing this. So yes, speaking of gaming, the new Magic the Gathering set released on Magic the Gathering Arena at the end of last week. I've had a little poke at it. It looks kind of nice. I do not currently have the wild cards to build myself the historic storm deck that I want to build, but I'm seriously contemplating sticking some money down just to see if I can get the stuff together for that. We shall see how that goes. I've been keeping an eye on things, and it seems that mono red storm is working, as is blue red storm. I'm waiting to hear back from a little bit more from those who've been trying to make some kind of black based deck work to take advantage of the black storm payloads. It's been a little bit sort of radio silent on that front so far. There's I think there's a few more. I think the red and blue-red storm decks have a more obvious build to work with, though that doesn't necessarily mean that it's necessarily better or worse than whatever the black based builds will come out with. It's just that it's a little easier to create working decks for the blue, for the red, mono red and is it combinations, as far as I can tell. O, which is O, it's G. These are O. Down here, and we need O2 and 2 O3s, which is these. Excellent. So yeah, it's all sort of brewing at the moment for Magic, which is always a fun period. But yeah, I don't have the tools to get involved right now. May well have to do something about this. I also need to look at Steam, because there's been some things that have come out that I haven't noticed. There is a new I somehow missed the latest DLC for X4 coming out. I've been a long time fan of the X series of games, so the new DLC for X4 Foundations is very much on my radar. For anybody who's not familiar with the X games, they are a space flight and trading simulation. A little like Elite Dangerous, but with a much more expanded empire building mechanics and focus. And it's a much smaller sandbox than Elite Dangerous is. I played the first X game, X Beyond the Frontier, because I was a big fan of the original Elite back in the I want to say X Beyond the Frontier came out in the 90s, in the very late 90s, but it might have been the early 2000s. I'm not 100% certain on that. But I have played every X game since and have enjoyed them thoroughly. I even enjoyed X Rebirth, which I know a lot of people didn't. I was able to. A lot of people didn't like the fact that it was doing a lot of things differently to how most of the X games, well, all of the X games previously had done things. And you know, I understand people not being I understand people wanting stuff to stay the same. Having a certain amount of familiarity to work from. Nothing wrong with that. I would even agree that I prefer the style of the earlier X games. I think overall, but once I got past what it wasn't, what it was, whilst a little flawed, at least initially, there were as with many of the X games, there were a lot of updates that came along with the game as time marched on, but what the game became in the end, I actually really enjoyed. I sort of tried it out when it first came out, and like many people, I was quite put off by it. And I went back to it a couple of years later after all the DLC was out and all the updates and quality of life changes that happened, and as it turns out, it's really good. X4, needless to say, incorporates some of the stuff that worked from X Rebirth. But also is much closer to something like X3, the many versions of X3. It's much closer to something like X3 and the previous X games than X Rebirth is, but you can see an awful lot of what they learned from X Rebirth and X4, because there were things that worked in X Rebirth. I liked a lot of, in the end, I liked X Rebirth an awful lot. that said, if you're looking for a modern, relatively recent game of that nature to get into, I would say stick with X4 at the moment, rather than going back to X Rebirth, because, well, they really did learn a lot from X Rebirth, and they learned from both their successes and their mistakes. And I think X Rebirth is probably X4 is the better game, no mistake. But if you're looking for a game that's a little bit more character, if you're looking for a space flight sim like that, with a sort of open world aspect to it, but you want a bit of character and story focus in it, Rebirth will give you that, and X4 has some story stuff in it, but not to the same degree as X Rebirth. So if you're looking for something that's a little bit more I guess, like Freelancer, possibly the closest thing. A sort of more open worldy Freelancer kind of. Then Rebirth's your bet. I don't think there's a great deal of graphical difference between Rebirth and X4, I'll be honest. I think some of the stuff in Rebirth actually still looks better than X4, which is weird. Get the DLC. When I get the new DLC, I might actually try playing. X4 on stream. Right. Rockets fitted. What's next? We need Q1, which is down here. Q1 PCM, which is that one. R17. R is these. We have 2 R sprues, and I did pick the one that I haven't already taken R17 off, which is always good. Let's hang that back up. So yeah, I need to have a look at how much that DLC is. I think I've also... Steam also sent me something yesterday about a couple of things on my wish list being on sale this weekend. Cannot for the life of me remember what on my wish list it was. I will be honest that from, you know, without looking at my wish list, I can't remember what's on it at all. Yeah, have to go and have a look at that later. See if it was anything. See if it was anything interesting or worthwhile. Sunken nub marks. Between two little raised sections of plastic. needs sanding down. Without taking the edges off the, without taking the associated raised edges off. This was annoying on the other side as well. That's okay. Go. Let's see how this comes out. Yeah. Let's go on here. Oh, I see. Right, there we go. So, this sits on there like so, and then this sits in there also like so. Get that out of the way. And we need T1 to go on the end here. T1 is a little wingtip type affair. thrilling news. Managed to get another tip run booked. You still have to book more than a week in advance for tip runs here, but managed to get hold of one, which is nice. So that will allow me to get rid of a big pile of crap from the garage, and maybe even some other stuff from elsewhere that we've been storing up since God knows when, which would be good. Start getting closer and closer to not actually having ridiculous quantities of rubbish stored around the house. So this needs to be this way round. The little mark is on the rounded end, not the flat end. Rounded end, not flat end, goes on like so. Excellent. And we need P6 and P7. Which are these pieces here. There we go. Right, so this goes like so, and then this goes this way round. Like so. Another thing I need to check out today after the stream. There were rumours after all the WWE layoffs earlier in the week. There were rumours that there were going to be even more WWE layoffs coming. More released wrestlers. I don't know whether that has come to pass or not. I really need to have a look. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they're doing getting rid of some of the wrestlers. In fact, I would say I don't know what they're doing getting rid of almost any of the wrestlers that they've gotten rid of. Possibly be a money issue because they keep making an awful lot of money. And then they keep signing lots and lots of indie wrestlers that they then don't use. So, I don't know what goes on in their tiny little brains over at WWE, but it doesn't make sense. Cost saving, yeah, right. Well, I mean, I guess I'm glad that the hold means some people keep their jobs for a little longer. That's always good. But I don't understand what their business model is over there. Don't understand the decision-making process. I don't understand why they hire, why they sign some wrestlers and release others who, broadly speaking, fit in the same area, whilst also having had the training and indoctrination into the WWE style. of sports entertainment wrestling. Because an awful lot of the time what happens is that they get these new wrestlers in and then they can't use them, or I mean they could use them, they just don't use them for months on the grounds that they need, you know, they need to learn the WWE way or whatever. P5. So we don't see them for months on end. Then they have 2 or 3 matches and then they get released. And it just seems wasteful in so many different ways. But most importantly, wasteful in terms of, you know, career time wasted for the wrestlers in question. I don't know. Fucking hate WWE. Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting on tenterhooks for news of Aleister Black's release for, well, since they released the Trinidad. I didn't think there was, I didn't think Aleister Black was going to be I thought that they would be booting him out the door not long behind her, but apparently not. Apparently they just seem to want to keep him on the payroll but not do anything with him, which is the kind of passive-aggressive bullshit I've come to expect from WWE, you know? Planning for his TV return, really. I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope they use him. He is an excellent, excellent wrestler. But equally, from a personal perspective, I'd love to see him as Tommy End again. I really would like to see him as Tommy End again. But as with all these things, you know, I do not want the man to lose his job, you know. I always have these mixed feelings about wrestlers who sign with WWE, because wrestlers that I'm fond of. I mean, I think the big one recently was Millie McKenzie, who has recently materialised as Amelia McKenzie on NXT UK, and she is so young and so talented, like, it's just insane what she's achieved at her age. And it's great that she's in this position, you know, and I'm pleased that she's got this recognition, but there is this disappointment that, you know, it's likely going to be a very long time, if ever, before I see her wrestle again, because I just can't bring myself to watch WWE anymore. They are too problematic. And it's how I feel about basically everybody I like who gets signed by them. It's like, I'm really pleased that they've got a steady paycheck, I'm really pleased that they got the recognition, I'm really pleased that their career's taking off, and you know, they'll get, particularly in the current climate, it's got to be really attractive to have this level of security in the wrestling industry. But there we go. But I miss them. I miss being able to see them. Culver Herd, huh? Well, there you go. I'm always happy for him to be kicking people's faces off. Right, so that's 2 side parts of the backpack done. It looks like now we need to build what I'm guessing is the middle part of the backpack. So we start with J5, J9 and J10. Where is Sprue J when it's at home? Are you Sprue J? Yes you are. 5, 9 and 10. Cute kitty? Question mark? I mean, it's unusual for kitties not to be cute. I've met some that have tried real hard. No. It's possible that I've got links turned off. I cannot remember. Apologies. My paranoia about spam bots led to me leaving that option deactivated. Ah. Tiny kitties are the best kind of kitty. Huh. Yeah, I think it's come through as just 3 stars at this end. Weird. I'll have a look at our setting. It doesn't seem to have been a... Spam bots don't appear to have been as much of a problem as I'd feared they would be. So maybe it's something that can be... maybe it's something that can be deactivated. That's a fair assumption. I'm afraid as I didn't have any real experience of streaming, when I first started out I switched on all of the paranoia mode support features. I should probably have a look and see what, if any of them, have actually turned out to be relevant. Apologies for the clanging noise. Speaking of wrestlers with uncertain futures, still waiting for news on what the hell's going on with Bea Priestley. After she left Stardom, I think everybody's assumption is that she too has been picked up by NXT UK, but hope springs eternal that she's been picked up by somebody less problematic. I don't know that there's any other games in town at the moment, certainly not in the UK. She's headed back to. If she were going somewhere else in Japan, I don't think she'd have bothered to come home. And unless you're willing to actually just move out to the States, I don't think the States is really an option at the moment. In fact, I think there may even just be straight up restrictions on the States from the UK right now. I'm not sure you can even fly there. Latest rumour headed to NXT UK. I mean, that's kind of what I expected. It's a real fucking shame, mind you, but there it is. Another wrestler who I enjoy that I'm probably not going to see wrestle for again for a very long time at best. Right, J11. J is... come here. Come on. J11. Doop. Doop. G. 3 times G1, which are these here. I mean, I couldn't think of anywhere else that should be going other than NXT UK. It would seem a little bit weird. To be coming back to the UK at all if she were going anywhere else. Right. It's a shame Stardom couldn't afford or decided not to make her an offer that could compete with WWE's, I guess. sitting, it's going to sit in here like so. Like that. And then all of these are going to sit on there as well. Well, I hope WWE is at least paying her a fuck ton of money. Likewise with Millie. Yeah, I'd forgotten about the previous brain injury. But yeah. Well, yeah, she absolutely would get a better fight from the Stardom roster. And that's not denigrating the NXT UK roster, because the NXT UK roster are really good. It's just that WWE don't let them fight to their fullest ability, which is what's frustrating. You know, NXT UK has Tony Storm, who is excellent. NXT UK has obviously potentially now Bea Priestley. It's got Millie McKenzie, who is excellent. Meiko Satomura, who is excellent, like one of the best women wrestlers in the world. But WWE new to them. That said, I cannot sing the praises of the Stardom roster loud enough these days. Yeah, you know what? That's Miss Temperance raises a good point. I think we have been going an hour and 20 minutes at this point, and a drink is not a bad. I'm nearly at the bottom of my own glass, so I am going to put this booster on here like so, and then I'm going to put the stream on break, and we will come back in 5 minutes with more. See you shortly. Welcome back. Right, so continuing where we left off before break. I managed to resist the urge to and do the foolish thing of cracking one of those, cracking into some of that grapefruit vodka I mentioned earlier. Best to avoid bleeding on stream, you know. And that would definitely raise the chances of that process. Right, that's come out okay, and this can then go on here like so. Little booster unit. This Gundam has so many rockets on it. Right, Q9 and Q14 it would appear, which are 9 and 14. Sorry, 9, 14. Pointing to the parts whilst the sprue is completely off camera doesn't help. So let's start with Q9. Given this appears to be what everything is mounting to. So, PCH. PCH. If you end up hearing faint rattling noises on stream, then don't panic, it's just Cat in the room opposite playing with his cat toys. He got a new one recently and it's a little on the noisy side. Not noisy enough to like wake anybody up or anything. Hey, Shitapopu, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I get the sense that you got sucked in by the drama of Emily is Away this evening. Did you enjoy it? I think after 7 hours the questions are both did you enjoy it and did you finish it? Although having seen it played, yeah, there's a few paths on Emily is Away. I've not played it myself. I've seen a couple of run-throughs on people's streams in the past. It's very cleverly done. I like the way it's set up, and I like the idea of it. And if memory serves, I kind of liked there's a certain amount of inevitability to it, which kind of works. I can't remember who the developer is for that one. Yeah, the build is going okay. We now have two halves of a backpack. I mean, I say halves. We have two matching parts of a backpack, and we are in the process of building what will be the central part of the backpack. There is no shortage of booster rockets on this build. So yeah, it's been a bit of a quiet stream. I've been able to get through a fair chunk of what I'm doing. Not gold parts, I'm afraid, Life's a Peachy, but see-through yellow, which they do use to give a gold effect. The way they've done it is that they frequently put silver foil stickers behind the yellow to get that gold effect, which works really well. There are so many nice touches on this kit. I keep being impressed by how much I'm enjoying this kit and how much there is to it. It's very clever, and just delightfully over the top, you know. Yeah, I need to have a look at some more sort of narrative games in the vein of. I've not done any of the Emily is Away games. I played. God, what's it called? I played Digital Love Story. That was really good. Liked that a lot. I haven't played Analog A Hate Story, but I've seen a couple of playthroughs of that, and that also looks really good. But that, I think that's one of those where you need to be in the right frame of mind to be able to deal with the content of that one. Yeah, there's a few sort of visual novels and the like that I need to dig into properly. Florence, okay, yeah. I can't remember who the actually no, I was going to look something up, but of course my keyboard is covered in sprues. I think the developer for Digital Love Story and Analog A Hate Story is the same person who did, oh god, brain, no, it's gone, just fallen out of my head. It'll come back to me later, doesn't really matter. But yeah, I will have to have a look at the other parts of the Emily is Away saga. I've only seen Emily is Away itself. Haven't seen any of the other games. So, have I done all the nub marks on this? I think I have. Excellent. I mean, just in general, I need to do more visual novels and the like. I've got a few in my backlog to finish. I picked up I got Arcade Spirits when it came out. I think I pre-ordered Arcade Spirits. Her Story, yes. Her Story is excellent. I think mystery, I guess, for Her Story, in that you're digging for information in the video clips. I think Her Story is one of the best of that variety that I've seen. I've played a couple of others. I played the Shapeshifting Detective, which was okay, but not like groundbreaking or anything. Certainly not the same level of quality as Her Story. That was, yeah, Her Story really impressed me. I thought the way it fed you the information and gave you the revelations about things was very clever. As I say, I need to go back and finish Arcade Spirits, given that the second one's coming out at some point relatively soon, which is a straight up sort of visual novel-esque thing, with a visual novel with a of the romance focused type, but it's a very diverse cast and I think sort of developers as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the second one of those comes out as well. So I don't think anything here is, no, nothing there is going to be visible. Excellent. So that can just pop in here like so. Sprue F. the hell is sprue F? This one. F8 is this one here. I'm also really hoping for the sequel to Cocktail Making Simulator and kind of visual novel Valhalla to be released. It's been in development for quite a while now, but there's still no, well, when last I checked there was still no release date for the sequel, but if you're interested in a Valhalla's great, loved it. Valhalla also briefly got me into playing Girls Frontline mobile game, because there was a crossover with it, which I believe that you've had some experience with, Shitty. But yeah, I really liked Valhalla. I thought it was very good, and I look forward to when they have the opportunity to release the sequel. I do want to do a bit more of a dive into visual novels and the more interesting methods of digital storytelling, not necessarily just visual novels, but I guess that's a descriptor that has a that people sort of understand. I played one of them on the Vita. I cannot remember the exact name of it. I think it may have been the second in the series, but I'm not sure. So this goes here like so. Yeah, I loved Zero Escape. The one I played anyway. Sprue E. What does a Sprue E look like when it's at home? Sprue E is one of the tiny sprues that doesn't have very much on it. Yeah, I really enjoyed. I've really enjoyed the one I played. I kind of want to try out the Danganronpa series at some point. Oh, Disco Elysium. I haven't made it to the end of Disco Elysium because I keep starting over and trying new builds. It's so good. It's such a good game. It's I mean, it's a game that made me feel things, many different things, and you can't want for more than that from a game. Well, look forward to it, because it's a hell of a thing. It has one of the most interesting the way your stats mechanically and narratively affect the game is so clever, and I think it's going to be a game that people are going to be trying to catch the lightning in a bottle of again for a long time to come. Yeah, the writing is so strong, and the concepts are so strong as well. And I mean that both sort of narratively and mechanically. It's just something else. It's been a long time since anything really hit me and was like, you have not seen, this is something you have not seen before, despite being in a genre of game that you have, played to death. I've been playing that kind of game since Baldur's Gate 2 and Planescape Torment, and I would say that it is revolutionary on a par with Planescape Torment, and narratively, story-wise, it's I don't see why it wouldn't translate well to console. There's no sort of, the PC interface is like point and click, so that's no issue in translation to console. I don't think. I cannot imagine that there's going to be any problem with that. I mean, from a sort of interface and usage perspective, it's like Baldur's Gate 2 or Planescape Torment or Neverwinter Nights or any of the things that have followed on in that vein. It's point and click where you want your characters to go using the mouse, and it's select dialogue options from a numbered list of responses to questions, and there's nothing there that's going to be that moving to a controller based interface is going to cause any problems with. In fact, some of it might be easier, Right. So we have a little central backpack unit, which, unless I'm very much mistaken, these are going to sort of sit together in this sort of configuration on the back of the Gundam. But there is yet more before we get to that stage. We are on page 17. So I think we're building, I think the instructions are taking us through this configuration first, before we move on to this configuration, and I think this configuration is probably the one I'm going to stick with, but we will build everything, yeah, because we've got all of these enormous gun type situations going on here. So we have plenty. There is plenty of manual to keep us going, though. So some of this is the transformation instructions. But what we do have here is a fucking stickers warning going on down here. Stickers always look great, and I always hate trying to get them right. So let's see where we can get with this. So what are we doing here? 09, 010 and B9, and we need to make 2 of these. So O is this sprue. So we need 9 and 10. Yeah, I couldn't get over how good Disco Elysium was. And as I say, I kept just trying different builds out to find out what the different stats did and how they affected the interactions with the world, and it was literally a joy every time. Cannot recommend that game enough. You will have no regrets. Uh, 9 and 10. So yeah, looking forward to the Valhalla sequel. Looking forward to the Arcade Spirit sequel. Yeah, I've yet to encounter anybody who's played it and gone, nah, it wasn't very good, or even actually anybody who's gone, it was fine. Everybody I've spoken to who's played it has had nothing but effusive praise for it. So we were talking literally minutes ago about the silvered sticker behind clear yellow plastic to give a sort of gold effect, and here we come across exactly that situation. What I've been enjoying recently games wise was, and why I kind of disappeared off the planet at the end of last week, was I played Control, and that blew me away. Sort of mechanically it's just a conventional sort of action RPG, third person-y type thing, and it was just so good. Oh god, yeah, I'm not surprised, Valhalla, that you got Assassin's Creed. Yep, I know what you mean about the to playlist. Mine is ever growing, not helped by the humble monthly bundles, which is how I ended up playing Control, because they gave it to me free. It was included in the package that I pay for. So, yeah, what? Yep, can't argue with that. I too have enormous, ever-growing watch and read lists. And I realise this probably won't apply to everybody, but I keep getting, you know, I get these. I end up with these watch and read lists. So there we go. We have a silvered sticker placed behind there, and then I saw a meme somewhere of somebody with a, I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but it was to the effect of, you know, somebody sitting there with a big pile of books next to them labelled to read list, and then, you know, another shot of them then reading. So which way around is this going in? Does it matter? Let's try and find out. And then the next shot was them just reading, ignoring their to read list and reading terrible fan fiction instead, and I felt attacked by that. There we go. We've got a nice gold effect from the coloured plastic in front of the silvered sticker. I really like that design decision. It's a really nice effect for very little effort there. I got given the most recently completed Peter F. Hamilton trilogy for Christmas. Haven't even looked at it yet, along with a couple of other books which I, you know, also haven't really looked at yet. It's there's only so many hours in the day, is what it boils down to. I know I keep saying this, mostly in the context of wrestling, but it applies to everything else as well. There is so much to do and so little time. In which to do it. It's like I'd really like to get back into watching anime, but in order to do that, something would have to give elsewhere, and it's like, what is it that I do less of in order to watch more anime? Or yeah. I've just come to the conclusion that wrestling is anime, and that I can just treat it as such. Right, so we have a little unit with the gold reflector on it. At some point we're getting Baldur's Gate 3. I've got the early access version of this, and I played a couple of the. I haven't gone back to it recently because I sort of sated my desire for the early access aspect of it. Sort of confirmed that it seems cool, and that they seem to be going in a pretty reasonable direction with it, and decided that actually I would now just wait for the whole thing to be available. But I am waiting with bated breath for that one. I love Baldur's Gate. Well, no. I loved Baldur's Gate 2 and the Baldur's Gate 2 expansions. Never really got on with Baldur's Gate 1. I liked the story, but no, the Baldur's Gate games are significantly more similar to. They're literally second ed D&D. So it's party based, kind of turn based. It's not actually turn based in that it's sort of real time with pausing any time, but it's based fairly closely on the mechanically it's based fairly closely on the second ed D&D rules, and it's a much more particularly the Baldur's Gate games are sort of story driven. There were other games that used the Infinity engine, most notably, I guess, Planescape Torment. But it's if you've ever come across Neverwinter Nights or anything like that, it was the precursor to Neverwinter Nights, and it uses the same system as Planescape Torment. To this day, Planescape Torment is one of the best games I've ever played. And considering the time effort that needs to go into it, the fact that I've completed Planescape Torment multiple times says a lot about it. Yeah, I was going to say I don't need to play Planescape Torment again, but I wouldn't regret playing Planescape Torment again. But I have finished Planescape Torment multiple times, whereas I haven't finished Torment Tides of Numenera. I got a fair way into it, but I haven't actually finished it. Now, Dragon Age Origins I loved. It felt very much like the Baldur's Gate successor I was looking for. I didn't have the problem with Dragon Age 2 that a lot of people had. I actually quite liked the idea of... I didn't mind the mechanical changes. The way it was set up to make the action faster paced, to give you... The characters felt powerful, defeating these waves of less powerful creatures before creatures, monsters, other humans whatever was coming, before then dealing with sort of a couple of waves of more powerful creatures. I thought it actually worked pretty well, but I do understand why a lot of people didn't like it. I would still say that Origins was the better game. Yes, I mean that is very definitely a problem with Dragon Age 2 is that boy did they recycle maps in that game, like a lot. And they had such a high bar to cross with Dragon Age Origins, because it was, once you had all the DLC, particularly Dragon Age Origins was a monster and a half, and it was a really good monster and a half. You know, it did what hadn't really been done since Baldur's Gate 2 and the Baldur's Gate 2 expansions. So yeah, I love Dragon Age Origins. I've never played the third one. I've never played Inquisition. I don't know why. I've heard it's fine. I've heard it's pretty good even. I mean, still, the impression I get is it's still not Dragon Age Origins in terms of quality, but I've heard that it sort of finishes the story off really well. But again, I have no direct experience of it, so I don't know how true that is. I liked the world they created for Dragon Age. Thought it was really good. Right, 06, 08 and B8, and we're making 2 of these as well. 6 and 8. Yeah, that's fair. I know where you're coming from on that one. A lot of things in. There were a lot of really neat ideas poorly implemented in Dragon Age 2, I thought. And with a couple of exceptions, the characters didn't really have the same, or I didn't feel they had the same depth as the party characters in Origins. I thought it was also possibly a mistake to make one of the key characters in Dragon Age 2 to pick somebody who had only been in the DLC for Dragon Age 1, or one of the DLCs for Dragon Age Origins, which meant that for those of us who didn't have all of the DLC for Dragon Age Origins, of which there was a fair bit, I never got Dragon Age Awakenings before getting Dragon Age 2. Well, I never got Dragon Age Awakenings at all. I think it was called Awakenings anyway. But the problem was that the place where you could get to know Sebastian, I think is his name. The place where you could get to know Sebastian as a nice guy was the DLC from Dragon Age Origins, and you didn't get that for by Dragon Age 2. The character has already begun to evolve for reasons so many little mistakes that compounded together to just make Dragon Age 2 not quite the thing. As I say, I've heard Inquisition is a step back up in quality from Dragon Age 2. I don't know how true that is. But again, from what I understand, an awful lot of story beats in Inquisition rely on you having played all of the DLC of Dragon Age 1 and all of the DLC of Dragon Age 2. And relying on that level of investment from your player base is not necessarily the thing to do for big AAA games like this, where the base game is already an expensive outlay. I don't know. An expensive outlay both in time and money. And the DLCs, none of which being short, being an additional time and money sink. It's like, maybe some of this stuff should have been in the base game, you know? This way. Like so. And then we have another piece where we are going to be putting a sticker, which is going to be number 7. Get this in here. Yes, we can. Excellent. There we go. We've got that in there. Right, so, and then that gets covered by B8, which is these two. Come on, there you are. So this is then going to sit in there like so. And we get a nice little gold reflective effect in there. And now we do it again. I never finished, I never played Mass Effect 3 either. I was so put off by a lot of the hype, for want of a better word, around Mass Effect 3 that I never actually bothered playing it. Probably should do at some point, but I think it's possibly a little far past its sell-by date now. I really enjoyed the first two games. Really enjoyed the first two games, in fact. There's a HD remaster of 1 and 2 and 3, I guess, for some value of HD remaster. There are remasters of Mass Effect coming. If you've not played them, give them a shot. Certainly the first two games are great. I didn't get on with Mass Effect Andromeda, and you know, apparently neither did anybody else, which was a shame. It's another game that was close to being good, but had just too many issues. That really held it back. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend anybody sort of just going back and playing the regular version of Mass Effect 1 at this stage. I would hold out for the updated version that's coming. From what I've seen of the remaster stuff of 1 and 2, it really is doing some significant improvements. I haven't really delved into I've sort of, the extent of my knowledge on what they're doing with them is I've seen some of the screenshots of the graphical improvements. I don't know what DLC they've included. What? That's losing the hamster's really bad. The hamster was cool. I hadn't even heard they were ditching that. Are they? I'm assuming they're keeping all of the story DLC in. What? That's a shame. Bring Down the Sky was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't. Bring Down the Sky wasn't critical, but it did kind of flesh out the Batarians at a point where they really needed fleshing out. Hi Indog, how you doing? Pinnacle Station. God, it's been so long I can't even remember what Pinnacle Station was. I remember Bring Down the Sky. And the name Pinnacle Station rings a bell with me, but for the life of me I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I completed Mass Effect 1 3 times, I think. I did a Paragon run through, I did a Renegade run through, and I did a kind of trying to do both a bit run through, which actually worked better than I thought it would do, but still not as well as I'd hoped, if that makes sense. And then I completed Mass Effect 2 twice, one Paragon, one Renegade, because, you know, you kind of have to. Yeah, that was... Basically, I tried to do a run through that was all of the things that... Basically, some of the Paragon choices I just didn't agree with, and some of the and some of the Renegade choices were just better than the Paragon choices, and that was sort of... That was an attempt to do the things that most closely matched what I felt, what I as a human felt was correct, as opposed to you know, min-maxing, I guess, is what it was. But, you know, the game was designed around you min-maxing your Paragon or Renegade, so it was still good. Yeah, likewise. I'm probably not gonna get it when it comes out, but I think I will get the remasters at some point. I will probably wait until they're on sale and then pick them up. Given the number of times I have completed Mass Effect 1 and 2, I don't feel any desperate need to be in a hurry to play the remasters. I have more than enough just in my games to do pile, let alone any other, let alone the books, TV, wrestling to watch pile, and also the Gunpla backlog, you know, which is clearly the most important pile. I have not seen Sakura Genesis. I am spoiled on Sakura Genesis though, so feel free to discuss. I am still massively behind on all of the wrestling. I have started to catch up on Stardom, but I haven't even got to the Budokans show on Stardom, so I was genuinely surprised that they had him win. I mean, pleased, but genuinely surprised. I thought he was going to have to. I thought they were going to make us wait a bit longer for that. I'll be honest. So R1 and R2. R1. And R2. I mean, I had a feeling that was. I had a feeling that we were on the run up to him getting the belt, but I didn't think we were that. I didn't think we were quite that close to it happening. Oh no, I need R3 as well, and S8. So this is S, and we need S. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd probably be a bit happier if they'd given it to Zach. Not wearing it today, but my Dangerous Techers t-shirt came through earlier in the week. I've always liked Suzuki Gun. Suzuki Gun feel like they're the most cohesive faction. Certainly the faction with the least internal drama. Because everybody just does what Minoru Suzuki says because he's terrifying. I mean, I love Suzuki, just in general. I think Suzuki is one of the best wrestling characters going. Yeah, I mean, he's just the fact that, I mean, when you look at Suzuki and when you look at, you know, his success rate at, particularly recently, you know, or even over the last 5 years, his success rate at major feuds is not great. You know, he loses actually a fair bit, and yet he's always portrayed as being terrifying and deadly. Everybody is sort of kayfabe scared of him, no matter what, despite the fact that he doesn't actually win his feuds terribly often these days. And he still maintains an aura of a legitimate threat despite being Murder Grandpa, you know. And that's a hell of a needle to thread, and an awful lot of that is on just how well he plays the character that he plays. I have really got to like Tai Chi. He's just a shitty anime villain. It's what it comes down to. Tai Chi is just a shitty anime villain. But recently he's a shitty anime villain who's started to try. Who's realised that he can't just be a shitty anime villain and has to actually, or rather he's realised he can just be a shitty anime villain, but if he just stays that, he's not gonna get anywhere. I mean, for a long time he was not a particularly serious character. And he is, I think the way to think about Tai Chi is, I actually think he's, and it hurts because we don't get to hear a lot of his promos and understand them, but I really get the sense that he's NJPW's The Miz. I don't know if I think it was G1 last year, I want to say. The match where he and Ibushi just kicked each other in the thigh for 20 minutes. That was sort of kind of a turning point for him. Where he actually went in and took that seriously, and sort of since he's been paired up with Zack on the heavyweight tag team circuit, there's really been a lot of work to sort of build Tai Chi up. Also, if you've only been watching for a year, all the stuff about the glove has been kind of important because it was he inherited that from another long-term member of Suzuki-gun when they retired. So him having that there has been a lot of sort of legacy emotions going on with that for him, and it's why it's been so important when Bullet Club nicked it off him. Right, so this one goes this way around. This one goes there. that one goes on here. And then that goes together like this. There we go. And then we need S16 and S14. I do enjoy watching the pair of them just talk shit after matches though, Tai Chi and Zach. Particularly given the fact that they very clearly only barely understand what the other one is saying during their promos. So their sort of post-match promos are essentially two completely separate things. Both of which are funny. Right, so this goes here, then this goes here, and this attaches like so, leaving us with a significant quantity of articulation there. Excellent. And I'm going to hazard a guess that they're now going to make me do that again for the other side. Oh no. Nope, we're going to make the whole gun thing before we start again on the other side. Okay, so R6 and R12. R6 is up here. Where is R12? 12 is just here. Smaller than I was expecting. Almost missed it completely. So R6 and R12. And to go with that, we need O12 Oh, we're making 2 of these. Okay. So we need another R6 and another R12. Another R6. Another R12. And then we need 2 O12s. So O12 is this one. Go. And then a second O12. Right. So I guess we need to tidy these up first. So that's going to get covered up. This one is going to need cleaning properly. That's going to get covered up, as is this, as is that one. This, this on the other hand, is going to need cleaning properly. As is that. So let's get these started. Where are we? There it is. Yeah, there's another one on this side that needed doing. this one. That's where the other one is. I really must catch up on what's going on with New Japan. I've sort of seen the highlights of things, but not really the detail of where we are. But I feel that way about so many things at the moment. Must catch up on that. But it's finding the hours in the day to do it. But as far as wrestling goes, Stardom's what I need to catch up on first. Currently still not finished watching all of the shows from February for Stardom, let alone anything else. There's the big, I think there's like 3 arena shows now that I haven't seen, or I have yet to see. There's the Nippon Budokan show from the 3rd of March, which was their sort of a big 10th anniversary special, biggest show ever type thing, which finishes on the hair versus hair match for Tam and Julia, which I am very much looking forward to watching, despite having been spoiled on it. Because when those two get in the ring, they just try to kill each other, and they have really good chemistry for trying to kill each other. And that's always good for wrestling, you know. There is no way that match is going to be anything. It's going to have been anything other than storming. And there have been lots of goings on in Stardom. Oh yeah, Ian, what have we got coming? Or what have you got coming? I'm a little out of touch on the I was going to say I'm a little out of touch on what's coming Super Deformed wise, but I'm a little out of touch on actually what's coming just in general this year. I haven't checked what's on the release schedule for a little while. I'm hoping at some point we're going to get a new perfect grade of some variety. but my wife does the SD World Heroes. My wife builds the SD kits. They are her jam. So actually, no, yes, I think I have seen something about this. Is this like the there's a Nobunaga and like actually comes with a horse and things? Am I getting that right? Yes, that dredges up from the depths of my memory. Yeah, I remember thinking those looked really cool. Certainly there's going to be some of those knocking around the house once they're available. Shelves don't need any help being filled. Right, so this goes this way around. This well, my backlog is well, there's a reason I've been taking a break from doing the master grade unicorn on stream is to clear this one out of my backlog. Because yes, backlog is a problem right now. The problem being that I want to get to some of my backlog, and what I don't want is to have 3 kits being built at the same time, which means I've got to finish one, and this one is significantly closer to being finished than the full armor unicorn is, which will then let me get to the to the perfect grades. I used to. I'm guessing that you're looking at my fingernails and seeing that I've only cut the fingernails on one hand, and that used to be deliberate. Today it's because I ran out of time just before stream to cut the fingernails on the other hand. So that will be being resolved. After this stream. I will become harmonious again. But yes, for many years when I was younger, I did. Yep, it was when I was years younger than I am now, in the dim dark past. I first, when I learned to play guitar, you know, I wanted to play guitar, and my parents were like, okay, you can learn classical guitar, because, you know, parents, I guess. So I learned classical guitar initially, and for classical particularly, and Spanish I guess as well, it was very valuable to have one hand with short nails and the other hand with long. Today, however, it was just important to have the hand I was going to be holding things with nails that could actually hold things, or at least nails that weren't going to get in the way of holding things. But yeah, even after all these years, it still feels normal like this. I always wanted an Ibanez Gem electric. I mean, Ibanez is just I have played many other people's Ibanez guitars, both electric and not, and they've all been uniformly excellent. I do like Ibanez guitars just in general. I think my classical guitar teacher I think his was an Ibanez. Mine isn't. I do still have my classical guitar. It's sitting on top of the wardrobe gathering dust, but it does exist. Gave away my electric to my brother-in-law many years ago because he still plays regularly, so I passed it on to him so that it would actually get used instead of just sitting in its case under the bed, which is what it was doing previously. Ooh, I mean that's a guitar that says what it means. I always liked the Warlocks. I could never afford anything quite that extravagant though at the time. Anyway, yeah, I'll bet. I sprung for. I never actually played a Warlock. I knew somebody who had a Flying V that I got to play, but that was about the most sort of interesting body shape guitar I got to play. But I always did love the look of the Warlock. I'm afraid my electric was significantly less exciting. It was one of the it was a Squire Stratocaster. It was one of the last ones they did, one of the last Japanese manufactured Squires, before they moved production to Korea, and that was very nice. Certainly for what it cost me, it was excellent, and I did a little bit of modification to it. Replaced all the pickups with God, what was the name of the company? Seymour Duncan hot rails, which were humbuckers that would fit into the single pickup size slots on the Stratocaster. I saved up for 3 of those, installed them one by one as and when I could afford them. Really transformed the sound of the guitar. And it was a white body and white scratch plate, and so the black Seymour Duncans really looked nice in there. I think my brother-in-law has replaced the scratch plate with a black one, and it still looks absolutely fantastic. That was more faff than I was willing to go through. I did consider it myself at the time, but I was more. So what are we doing here? This goes this way around. This then sits on here. And we need 011, which is this one. But yeah, when I went to university, I just sort of, I didn't have anybody to, I didn't really know anybody else who played. Guitar or anything else really. So I didn't practice as much. Because it's less fun on your own, and eventually I was so out of practice, it didn't seem as I say, I passed the electric on to onto my brother-in-law because he plays regularly still, so it gets used, which is the important thing. Ooh, 8-string, nice. I love the sound of 12-string acoustics, or electrics for that matter. But I mean, when I tried somebody else's 12-string. Knew somebody who had one, to see what it was like, and by the time I got around to trying a 12-string, I'd basically stopped playing I'd stopped playing the classical almost at all really. I'd moved on to the electric, and what I found about the 12 string was because the action is just so much easier on the electric compared to the classical. Going to the 12 string acoustic, I was going to have to build up whole new calluses again, because the just from the because just doubling the strings means you've got to put so much more pressure on to get the sound right, you know. I was like, you know what, I can't afford one anyway. This is really nice, but I'll stick with the thing that I already own, and leave the 12 string acoustics to the masochists. Yeah, I shudder to imagine what restringing one is like. I got to the point with the I mean, I always restrung one string at a time, like remove a string, replace a string, move on to the next one, rather than doing anything, rather than taking everything off. But yeah, as I say, I love the sound of the 12 string. It's such a rich tone, but yeah, it wasn't like I could afford one, and my fingertips thank me, I think, for not going down that route. It's starting to look like a gun. So, we're starting this way around. Okay, so kind of like that is how we're looking. Okay, right, so 01, which is this. I do kind of miss being able to play well, and we're going to need 07 next, so we're just going to clip this off now, because I think that's the last thing on this sprue. Yes, weep for the first sprue O, for it is no more. Yeah, I miss. I mean, I was never at my best. I was competent. had friends when I was in school who were just painfully prodigies at music. I had particularly one of my friends who could just... He was one of those people who could just hear a tune and then replicate it on whatever instrument was in front of him near enough. When we played together in school, we always had him do lead guitar. Yeah, it was sickening. Really nice chap, which is probably for the best, but and it wasn't necessarily a perfect reproduction, but he could just listen to... He was pretty good. He was excellent with guitar, and he was pretty good with violin. I think he played piano at least a little bit as well. And he could sort of... Certainly for guitar, he could just listen to a song and it would only take him sort of... It would only take him sort of a few hours, and he'd have... the whole thing sort of reproduced to a reasonable level of competence. It's just... I mean, part of it is having ear, you know, to be able to pick out what you're hearing and differentiate what is one instrument from another, and that is a that can be a learned skill. When I was still studying classical guitar, I had to do music theory as well. And part of the music theory tests was doing exactly that, listening to pieces of music, and the theory test would be like, okay, so what instruments are being used, how many of each instrument are there, what are these parts that are being played, and he could just do that, which is ridiculous. So yeah, we had him play lead guitar. I tended to play rhythm. We had there was a girl in school who played with us. She played bass, but she also played double bass. So on a few occasions we played together with her on double bass instead of bass guitar, and that was cool. There were a lot of weirdly musical kids in our school. It wasn't like the school wasn't particularly, you know, it was just a comprehensive, you know. There were a pair of there was one girl who played concert harp and piano and flute and violin, because, you know, sometimes you've just got to overachieve, I guess. Yeah. She was probably actually the sort of most ridiculous musically in the school. It's a hell of a thing to listen to live, though, concert harp. I'll tell you that much. Right, it's getting there. We're just going to slightly skip a step and get this fitted. As I say, sort of concert harp was her passion, but she was like grade 8 flute, grade 8 piano, grade 8 violin. It's just like, have you considered just not being so good at everything? Yeah, I do enjoy classical music, not as often as I used to. I mean, when it comes down to it, my musical tastes were kind of set in stone in the early 90s, and they sort of, at one end of things is my that hasn't come up terribly clean at all. At one end of things is my love of rock and metal, and at the other end of things is my love of rave and techno. So, you know, I'm a bit eclectic. King Oliver, welcome. How are you doing this evening? This again. Let's come up a bit better this time round. So there is no, oh no, there is orientation there. Oh yeah, there are flats on that. Cool. Right. We are getting there slowly, but we need to go back a little bit, and we need T5 and T6. Yeah, I'm afraid it was sort of 90, I want to say 90, 91 kind of time that I first really started listening to sort of popular music, if you like. So the first sort of popular stuff that I really got into was the sort of early 90s techno and rave, your Technotronics and the like. So how does this work? So we put this in here first and then slip that into place like so. That looks rather cool. And then sort of a little after that it was more the metal end of things. Early Metallica, Paradise Lost. Somebody gave me a copy of Icon by Paradise Lost, which I just, to this day, Icon and Draconian Times are two of my favourite albums. Go. That works really nicely. It was a little later that I think it was at university when I sort of picked up listening to so this way round, and this goes in here like so. There we go. We've got the nice yellow reflective parts. That is really nice. Where was I? Yeah, so it was it would have been a few years later that I got into the KLF. Just trying to think what other things sort of influenced me fairly early on. Early Chumbawamba. I remember being on remember being on a school trip to the French Alps when I was 14, something like that. 14, 15. And one of the guys had brought some speakers for his Walkman, which was actually a cassette tape Walkman at the time. And the thing he played over and over in the bus was one of the Chumbawamba albums. I can't remember the name of the album offhand, but it was the album with Mouthful of Shit on it, basically, which, needless to say, got played over and over during on the coach during the trip. Cannot for the life of me remember the name of that album. So we're going to need S13 and 15, which are these two. Do we need anything else off sprue S? Yes, we need S7. To this day, I'm not sure why the teachers didn't interfere, but I guess they just have more than enough on their minds to give a damn about sweary songs, which is fair. I listened to the Spin Doctors a lot in my early teens, like sort of when I was 12, 13, I guess. I really liked their bassist. I mean, I still think they're musically excellent. I don't listen to them particularly anymore, but they're not a band that sort of really they're not a band that really sort of stayed with me the way some other bands have, but I really enjoyed them at the time. Needless to say, that introduction to Chumbawamba sort of made me very confused when Tub Thumping got really big. It was like, have you listened to any of their other stuff? They have things to say. If ever there was a band who had opinions on the world, Chumbawamba were it. it was also sort of a few years later, I guess, that mid-teens, that somebody made the error of introducing me to the Sisters of Mercy, and that just really set the tone for the rest of my life. Oh, of course, Maiden would have been a band I came across in school as well. How can one forget about Iron Maiden? It seems impossible. To this day, I think Maiden is still one of the best live shows I've ever seen, and I have seen Maiden a few times now. There are very few people who know how to work a crowd like Bruce Dickinson does. Yeah, I've seen them at Download a couple of times. Back when I was young enough that standing in a field in the rain for several hours at a time seemed like a good idea. Saw them at Birmingham NIA a couple of times as well, because it's a nice easy trip from here. Saw Rammstein at Download and in Birmingham a couple of times as well. They would be one of the other bands I would say that I would put in my list of best stage performances. along with Ghost, who I saw in Nottingham a little while back. They were excellent live. Despite going in with very low expectations due to other people's previous experiences, the time I saw Sisters of Mercy live, they were excellent. I am given to understand that Andrew Eldritch can be very variable in his live performances these days, depending on what kind of mood he's in. But he was in a good mood the night I saw them, and they were excellent. As far as good live shows go, I would also say that All About Eve, who have been broken up for God knows how long now, I saw them a few times before they broke up, and every single one of their shows was excellent. They knew what they were doing, did All About Eve. Right, so this goes here. Goes here. This goes together like so. That then goes here. And that goes together that way around. Goes on there. We need 011. Actually just need everything off this sprue, so let's cut it all off now. There was a couple of years where All About Eve did it was either 2 or 3 years on the trot. They did Christmas shows, I think they were, at the Union Chapel in Islington, and they were all candlelit shows, and they were really, really good. friend of mine at the time was the one who'd heard about them happening. I'd seen All About Eve once before at that point, and they were very good. But yeah, the Union Chapel shows were something else. Seen all sorts of weird bands over the years. Mostly dodgy goth bands at Whitby Goth Weekend. Whitby certainly allowed me to, enabled me to see The Damned a couple of times live. Probably more than a couple of times. The Mission as well. Zodiac Mindwarp of all bands played Whitby on one occasion. Got to hear Prime Mover live. That was quite a thing. That's the other band that I've heard live more than many others is VMV Nation. I have seen live. God, I've lost track of the number of times I've seen VMV Nation live now. Never disappointed. Always been excellent live shows. There we go. Dripping water on the instructions. I'm certain Slipknot have been at. Slipknot were never really my jam, but they are very much something my wife's enjoyed, so we have definitely seen Slipknot and Korn at Download. And we saw Machine Head have definitely been at Downloads we've been at, and we saw them at there was a sort of mini festival at Birmingham NEC. I think it was the NEC rather than the NIA. God knows how long ago this was. And it was Machine Head were headlining, and I want to say support was Dragon Force and Trivium and somebody else that is slipping my mind right now. I was mostly there to see Dragon Force, My wife was mostly there to see Machine Head. Yeah, it was like really good, and I may be misremembering that. It was definitely Dragon Force and Machine Head. Yes, definitely Dragon Force and Machine Head, because those were the two that we'd gone to see, and I think Trivium was on before them, but that's without Wikipediaing the event, to be sure, I wouldn't want to swear to that. But yeah, it was a good lineup. Dragon Force were excellent. It was before they replaced the Dragon Force frontman, and I've seen Dragon Force since as well, and they are still just as good. But this show was with the original singer. It was a good night. I've had a few good nights at the NEC in Birmingham. We saw 9 Inch Nails there on one occasion as well. That was really good. It's the only occasion I've seen 9 Inch Nails live. Yeah, I mean 9 Inch Nails are just really good, you know. Boy, is Trent Reznor good at what he does. I'd like to see. I say this like this is a thing that could actually happen. I would have liked to have seen Pop release itself back in their heyday. I'd really like to have been able. I'd love to be able to say that I'd heard of them perform Ich bin ein Ausländer live. That would be a thing I'd go back in time for. I mean, it's not like it's impossible, you know. They're all still out there as far as I'm aware. Certainly Clint Mansell is. Although he mostly does movie soundtracks these days, as far as I can tell. Not seen Rob Zombie. Yes, I would like to see Rob Zombie. I think that's That's a very reasonable desire to have. Oh, I bet. I cannot imagine that he doesn't put on a fantastic show. I mean, if there's anybody who's going to be able to do theatrical staging for a metal show, it's going to be Rob fucking Zombie, isn't it, really? Though that said, I once saw Alice Cooper at Download and he was actually quite disappointing live. It was really polished, but it felt very clinical. David 126771, thank you for the follow. It felt like there was no passion left in him. You know, it was the performance was flawless but emotionless, if that makes sense. And it was especially contrast because on that particular download, Twisted Sister had played right before him, and they were, I felt, so much more hyped having seen Twisted Sister and going into Alice Cooper than I felt coming out of having watched Alice Cooper. And that feels like a really weird thing to say. David, good evening. Welcome to the stream. We are building Gundam and talking about dodgy old rock and metal bands mainly. Right, so this goes that way and then in there. I suppose I shouldn't just be building this by guesswork. So we've done those bits. So this lives on here. And then this lives in here. And now we have a pair of these large guns. Yeah, they've come out really nice. I really like the look of those. Oh, so what I am going to say, I'm afraid, is as much fun as this has been, we have made a lot of progress today. So we now have two sort of, I think the sort of configuration is going to be kind of like this when it's put together. Oh, that's awkward. All of the it's a little on the loose side. I have to be careful with that. So yeah, I think it's going to sit kind of like so when it's put together as part of the backpack. But we have just completed 2 sub-assemblies, and the next step is to move onwards to something more. I think at this point, given I've been going 1 minute shy of 4 hours, and it's 20 past 11, I'm going to call it for the evening here. Thank you all for your company. This has been really nice. It's been good to chat about music and wrestling and Gunpla. Yeah, I've had a great time. Thank you all for being here. I apologise that we're sort of just finishing off seconds after you've arrived, David, but I'm Alex Tremaine. I build Gunpla mainly on stream, though there are going to be some gaming streams here and there as well. I stream every Thursday evening UK time, which is 7 till 10 UK time. I'm going to be streaming Saturday evenings now as well, which will predominantly be about 7 till 11 Saturday evenings. So pop in again. I will be back on Thursday for definite. I may be back in the week, but probably not this week. We shall see how that goes. But for definite, I will be back on Thursday with more Gunpla, either this or perhaps going back to the, if I have finished this in the meantime, perhaps going back to the Full Armor Unicorn Master Grade. But either way, I will be back on Thursday for more. Thank you all for being here. Have a great evening, or day, whatever time it is for you in the place in the world that you are. And I hope you have a great week, and I'll see some of you hopefully on Thursday. See you in the future.